the house that reappeared once a year. Let go of the day now, releasing each concern like leaves falling from autumn trees, drifting down to rest on still water. Feel your breathing slow, natural and easy, as you settle into this moment between waking and sleep. Tonight, we're visiting a house that exists for only one day each year, materializing on the same date in the same place as it has for more than a century. A house full of memories and mysteries, present and then absent, real for 24 hours before vanishing until the next July 14th. Breathe deeply, let your muscles soften, and step with me across the threshold of a place that defies time's usual rules. Welcome to Hushed History, where tonight we enter the house that reappeared once a year. Jennifer Martinez had been selling real estate in the town of Millbrook, Connecticut for 8 years, when she encountered the property that would change her understanding of what was possible. It was early July 2003, and Martinez was preparing listings for several vacant lots on the outskirts of town, hoping to interest buyers in the area's rural charm and proximity to good schools. One property in particular seemed promising, a 2-acre lot on Sycamore Ridge Road, beautifully situated with mature trees and a gentle slope that would provide excellent views for a future home. Martinez drove out to the property on July 12th to take photographs and measurements. The lot was exactly as the records described. Empty land, overgrown with grass and wildflowers, bordered by stone walls that suggested it had once been farmland. She spent an hour walking the property, noting its best features, imagining where a house might be optimally positioned. The lot was perfect for her purposes, clearly vacant, clearly available, clearly ready for development. 2 days later, on July 14th, Martinez returned with a potential buyer, a young couple relocating from New York City who wanted space and privacy. As Martinez turned onto Sycamore Ridge Road, she began her practice sales pitch, describing the lot's virtues. Then she stopped mid-sentence, confused. Where the empty lot should have been stood a house. Not a new house, not a construction site, but a complete, mature Victorian home, 3 stories tall with a distinctive turret on the left side, a wraparound porch with ornate gingerbread trim, and stained glass windows that caught the July sunlight in jewel-toned patterns. The house was surrounded by a well-maintained garden full of flowers in full summer bloom. "That's odd," Martinez said, trying to maintain her professional composure while her mind raced to explain what she was seeing. "That house wasn't there 2 days ago when I surveyed this property." The couple, Mark and Diana Chun, looked at her uncertainly. "Are you sure this is the right lot?" Mark asked. Martinez checked her notes, checked the address, checked the GPS coordinates on her phone. This was definitely the correct location. The stone walls she'd photographed on July 12th were still there, bordering the property. The large oak tree she'd noted as a landmark was still in the same position relative to the road. But where there had been empty land 2 days ago, there now stood a substantial Victorian house that looked at least a century old. "I don't understand," Martinez admitted. "This property is listed as vacant land in the town records. There shouldn't be any structure on it. But that house is clearly there." The Chens decided not to pursue the property. They wanted vacant land to build on, not an existing home of uncertain ownership, and Martinez drove them back to her office, apologizing for the confusion and promising to check the records and clarify the situation. Back at her office, Martinez pulled every document related to the Sycamore Ridge property. The deed history showed the land had been vacant since 1891, when a fire had destroyed a house under construction. The property had changed hands several times over the subsequent century, always remaining undeveloped. Tax records showed it assessed as vacant land. The most recent survey, conducted in 2001, clearly indicated no structures. Aerial photographs from the county assessor's office showed empty land. Yet Martinez had seen a house there with her own eyes, and she had witnesses. The Chens had seen it too. She decided to drive back to the property that evening to investigate further and hopefully to find some rational explanation for what was clearly a significant error in the property records. When Martinez returned to Sycamore Ridge Road at 6 o'clock on the evening of July 14th, the house was still there. She parked on the road and sat looking at it for several minutes, trying to understand how such a substantial structure could exist without being in any official records. The house looked solid and real, not a mirage or hallucination. Warm evening light glowed in several windows. The flowers in the garden swayed in the light breeze. A rocking chair on the porch moved slightly, as if someone had just stood up from it. Martinez got out of her car and walked up the gravel driveway. A mailbox at the road's edge bore no name, just the property number, 247. She approached the porch, climbed the steps, and knocked on the front door. No answer. She knocked again, waited, listened. No sounds from inside, no footsteps, no voices. The house felt empty despite its lived-in appearance. She tried the door handle. Locked. She walked around the porch, peering in windows. The interior was fully furnished. She could see a parlor with Victorian-era furniture, a dining room with a table set for dinner, a hallway with photographs on the walls. Everything looked real, solid, present. As the sun began to set, Martinez sat in her car outside the house, watching it, hoping someone would arrive who could explain the situation. She called the town clerk's office, but it was after hours and went to voicemail. She called her broker, described what she was seeing, and heard skepticism in his voice. Was she sure she was at the right address? Was she feeling all right? Martinez spent the night in her car, parked on the road, watching the house. Lights remained on in several windows throughout the night, though she never saw anyone moving inside. The house simply sat there, quiet and present and inexplicable. She dozed fitfully, waking repeatedly to confirm the house was still there, that she wasn't dreaming or hallucinating. Dawn broke on July 15th. Martinez woke fully as the first light touched the hills, and she looked at the house, planning to approach it again in daylight to take photographs, to document this impossible structure. But the house was gone. Where it had stood was empty land, overgrown grass and wildflowers, exactly as the property had appeared on July 12th. The garden had vanished. The driveway was gone. Only the old stone walls remained, and the oak tree, and the gently sloping land that showed no sign of ever having supported a building. Martinez got out of her car and walked to where the house had been. The grass was undisturbed, showing no foundation, no basement opening, no indication that anything had ever been built there. She knelt and felt the ground, dirt and grass roots, nothing else. She walked the perimeter of where the house had stood, finding nothing but natural ground. She stood there in the early morning light, utterly bewildered, questioning her own senses and sanity. She had seen the house. She had touched its porch railing, knocked on its door. The Chens had seen it too. It had been there, solid and real, for at least 12 hours while she watched it. And now it was simply gone, with no trace of ever having existed. Martinez went home, showered, tried to eat breakfast though she had no appetite, and then drove to the town hall as soon as it opened. She needed to understand what she'd witnessed, needed to find someone who could explain the house that appeared and disappeared. At the town clerk's office, she described her experience to Helen Morrison, the clerk who'd worked there for 35 years. As Martinez spoke, she saw recognition dawn in Morrison's eyes. "You saw the Hendrickson house," Morrison said quietly. "July 14th, that's when it appears. You know about this?" Martinez asked, relief and confusion mixing. "A house that appears for one day? That's impossible." "I know it's impossible," Morrison agreed. "But it happens every year, has happened for as long as anyone can remember. The house appears on July 14th and vanishes on July 15th. It's been doing this since at least the 1920s, probably longer. My grandmother saw it when she was a girl. I've seen it myself 3 or 4 times over the years. Most people in Millbrook know about it, though we don't talk about it much, especially not to outsiders." Morrison pulled a file from a drawer, a thick folder labeled simply 247 Sycamore Ridge. Inside were documents spanning decades. Newspaper clippings, personal letters, photographs, witness statements, all concerning the house that appeared once a year. "The property records are accurate," Morrison explained. "There is no permanent structure on that lot. But one day a year, a house materializes there, and it's there for exactly 24 hours before vanishing. We've documented it, studied it, tried to understand it. Some years, many people see it. Other years, only a few. But it always appears, always on July 14th, always the same house. Martinez spent the next several hours reading through the file, learning about the phenomenon she'd stumbled into, realizing she'd witnessed something that had been happening for more than a century. A house that returned once a year, appearing and disappearing according to its own mysterious schedule, existing for a single day before withdrawing into whatever space it occupied the rest of the time. The house had been appearing every July 14th for as long as records existed. Hundreds of people had seen it over the decades. Many had entered it, explored its rooms, tried to understand its nature. And all of them had confronted the same inexplicable reality. The house was there, completely and solidly real, for one day a year. And then it was gone, leaving no trace, until the next July 14th when it would return again, unchanged, waiting for whatever purpose drove its annual manifestation. To understand what appeared each July 14th, one must understand that the house was not a vague apparition or a hazy vision. Those who saw it and entered it consistently described a solid, detailed, three-dimensional structure as real as any house they'd ever inhabited. The house had specific, memorable characteristics that witnesses described with remarkable consistency across decades. The house was Victorian in style, built in what architectural historians would identify as Queen and Revival, popular in America in the 1880s and 1890s. It stood 3 stories tall, with a distinctive turret on the left side topped by a conical roof and weather vane. The turret's windows were tall and narrow, providing what would have been commanding views of the surrounding landscape. The exterior was painted in shades that were typical for well-maintained Victorian homes. The main walls were a soft sage green, the trim was cream, and the decorative gingerbread details were picked out in burgundy. These colors had the slightly faded quality of old paint, suggesting age, yet the house never looked decrepit or poorly maintained. It existed in a state of gentle aging, vintage but cared for. The wraparound porch was substantial, about 8 feet deep, running across the front of the house and around the left side. The porch floor was painted gray, and the ceiling above it was painted the pale blue that Southerners call haint blue, supposedly to ward off evil spirits, though Millbrook was solidly Yankee territory. The porch rail was ornate, with turned balusters and decorative brackets supporting the roof overhang. Several rocking chairs sat on the porch, their positions changing slightly between years, as if people had used them and left them where they sat. The front door was substantial oak with carved panels and a large oval window of beveled glass. The door handle was brass, tarnished to a mellow patina. On either side of the door were tall windows with stained glass upper panels showing geometric patterns in amber, green, and red glass. When sunlight came through these windows, it cast colored patterns on the porch floor. The first floor had large windows, some bay windows that projected from the wall, providing extra interior space and additional light. All the windows had deep sills and were fitted with wooden shutters, painted the same cream as the trim. The second floor had slightly smaller windows, and the third floor's windows were smaller still, following the typical pattern of Victorian homes where the grandest rooms were on the main floor and the servants' or children's quarters were higher up. The turret that distinguished the house's profile had windows on 3 sides at each level, allowing whoever occupied that space to see in multiple directions. The turret room on the 3rd floor appeared to be a children's room, based on what could be glimpsed through the windows. Small furniture, toys on shelves, colorful decorations. The roof was complex, as befitted Queen and architecture, with multiple gables, dormers, and varying roof pitches. The shingles were dark gray, and the roof had decorative finials at peak points. A brick chimney rose from near the center of the house, suggesting fireplaces in multiple rooms. The garden surrounding the house was lush and full, but not wild or overgrown. Someone or something maintained it carefully. Flower beds ran along the foundation and bordered the walk leading from the road to the porch. On July 14th, the flowers were always in full summer bloom. Roses heavy with blossoms, hollyhocks reaching 8 feet tall, daylilies in yellow and orange, purple coneflowers attracting butterflies, lavender releasing perfume in the summer heat. The walk from the road to the house was brick, laid in a herringbone pattern, with moss growing in the cracks between bricks in a way that suggested age but not neglect. To the right of the house stood an old apple tree, gnarled and thick-trunked, its branches heavy with developing fruit in mid-July. A rope hung from one branch, the remnant of a swing long since rotted away, the rope itself frayed and weathered. Behind the house, those who explored the property reported finding more garden, a small vegetable patch with tomatoes and beans growing on stakes, and what had once been a carriage house or stable, now functioning as a storage shed. Like the main house, these structures appeared only on July 14th and vanished with the house the following day. The interior of the house, accessible to those brave or curious enough to enter, the front door was usually unlocked during the day, was as detailed and specific as the exterior. The entry hall had hardwood floors, slightly warped with age, covered by a long runner carpet in deep red with a floral pattern. A coat rack stood against one wall, holding several coats and hats in styles spanning different eras. A mirror in an ornate gilt frame hung above a small table that held a bowl of keys and a silver tray for calling cards. To the right of the entry was the parlor, a formal room with heavy velvet drapes, a fireplace with a marble mantel, and furniture upholstered in brocade fabrics. A piano stood against one wall, a Steinway grand, polished but showing age in small scratches and worn spots on the keys. Sheet music sat on the stand, popular songs from the 1880s according to those who checked. To the left was a library or study, its walls lined with built-in bookcases full of volumes. The books were real, could be taken down and opened. Their titles ranged from classics, Shakespeare, Dickens, Tennyson, to popular novels of the late 19th century to more recent volumes that seemed to appear in New Year's, as if the library was somehow being updated annually. The dining room, visible through French doors from the entry hall, contained a long table set for 8, with fine china and crystal glassware. The table was always set, as if waiting for diners who never arrived. A chandelier hung above the table, its crystals catching light and scattering it in small rainbows across the walls. The kitchen, reached through a swinging door from the dining room, was where the house's temporal confusion became most evident. The room had Victorian-era features, a cast-iron stove, a deep porcelain sink, open shelving displaying everyday dishes. But it also had elements from different periods, a refrigerator from the 1950s, an electric coffee maker from the 1980s, a microwave from the 2000s. The appliances all appeared to function. The refrigerator hummed, the coffee maker had coffee ready in a pot, fresh and hot. More disturbing were the perishables. The refrigerator contained food that was always fresh. Milk dated for July 14th of the current year, fresh produce, eggs, butter. Bread on the counter was soft and fresh. Fruit in a bowl on the kitchen table showed no signs of rot or age. How food could remain fresh in a house that existed only one day a year was one of many questions the house raised and did not answer. Upstairs, accessed by a main staircase with carved banisters, were bedrooms. The master bedroom had a 4-poster bed with a hand-stitched quilt, wardrobes containing clothing, a vanity with perfume bottles and jewelry boxes. Everything suggested ongoing habitation by someone, though no residents were ever seen. A child's bedroom, or rather multiple children's rooms, contained toys, books, small furniture. The toys spanned eras: a Victorian dollhouse, 1920s tin soldiers, 1950s board games, 1970s action figures, 1990s video game consoles. It was as if children from different decades had all lived in this house and left their possessions behind, creating a strange museum of childhood across time. The turret room on the 3rd floor was the most mysterious. It was furnished as a girl's room, with a single bed covered in a white eyelet spread, a small desk, shelves full of books and dolls. The walls were painted pale blue and decorated with hand-painted flowers and birds. A window seat looked out over the property and the valley beyond. On the desk was a diary, locked, its small key lost or deliberately hidden. Throughout the house, photographs hung on walls and sat on tables. The photographs showed people, families, children, individuals, in settings and clothing from various eras. Some photographs were clearly from the 1880s, formal studio portraits with stiff poses. Others were casual snapshots from mid-20th century. A few were color photographs from recent decades. The people in the photographs were not identified by name, and recognizing them was impossible unless you happened to know the faces from elsewhere. The house's temperature was always comfortable, regardless of the weather outside. On hot July days when outside temperatures reached 90 degrees, the house remained cool. The lighting in the house worked, electric lights turned on when switches were flipped, even though the house had no visible connection to power lines. Water ran from taps, even though there were no water pipes leading to the property. Everything about the house suggested it was inhabited, actively lived in, not abandoned or empty. Yet no one was ever seen inside. The house existed in a state of perpetual readiness, as if its occupants had just stepped out and would return momentarily. Food was fresh, beds were made, books lay open as if someone had been reading and would return to finish the chapter. But the return never happened, at least not in the 24 hours when the house was visible. Those who entered the house reported feeling welcome but observed. No one felt threatened or frightened. The house had a peaceful, almost melancholy atmosphere. But many visitors felt certain they were being watched, that the house was aware of their presence, that it was allowing them to enter and explore but was simultaneously monitoring their behavior, ensuring they treated the space with respect. The house appeared fully realized, complete in every detail, impossibly maintained, existing in a strange state between past and present, between abandonment and habitation, between reality and impossibility. It was a house that shouldn't exist, but did, for one day each year, offering itself to whoever found it, inviting exploration while keeping its deepest secrets locked away in that diary in the turret room, or hidden in the hearts of the people whose photographs watched from every wall. Understanding the house required understanding the Hendrickson family, who had owned the land on Sycamore Ridge in the late 19th century, and whose tragedy seemed intimately connected to the house's annual appearance. The historical record, assembled painstakingly from town archives, old newspapers, personal letters, and cemetery records, told a story of prosperity, loss, and obsessive grief that cast long shadows into the present. August Hendrickson had come to Millbrook in 1868, a successful textile manufacturer from Providence, Rhode Island, seeking a quieter place to raise his family. He purchased 200 acres on what was then called Sycamore Ridge, built a substantial farmhouse, and settled into the life of a gentleman farmer while maintaining his business interests in Providence. August married Caroline Morse in 1870, and they had 3 children: a son, Thomas, born in 1871, a daughter, Sarah, born in 1873, and another son, James, born in 1876. The family prospered. August's business thrived. The farm produced adequate income, and the Hendricksons were well regarded in Millbrook society. Then tragedy struck, sudden and devastating, on July 14, 1887. Sarah Hendrickson, 14 years old, drowned in the pond on the family property. The circumstances were unclear. She had gone walking in the afternoon, and when she didn't return for supper, the family searched. They found her in the pond, already dead. Her death ruled accidental, though some whispered about other possibilities that were never officially investigated. The family was shattered. Caroline fell into a depression from which she never fully recovered. Thomas and James, 17 and 11 respectively, withdrew into themselves. But it was August whose grief took a particular and ultimately fateful form. In the months following Sarah's death, August became obsessed with creating a memorial to his daughter. A gravestone wasn't enough. A donation to the church wasn't enough. He wanted something more substantial, more lasting, something that would ensure Sarah was remembered forever. He decided to build a house. Not to live in. The family farmhouse was adequate for their needs, but as a kind of shrine or monument. It would be the most beautiful house in Millbrook, furnished as if Sarah still lived, maintained in perpetual readiness for a return that could never happen. The house would be Sarah's eternal home, a place where she would always be 14, always present in memory if not in flesh. August hired architects, brought in craftsmen, spared no expense. Construction began in the spring of 1888 on a 2-acre plot he designated from the family land, the spot where Sarah had loved to play as a child. The house was to be Victorian splendor, 3 stories, a turret for Sarah's special room, gardens that Sarah would have loved. August supervised every detail personally, making sure everything was exactly as he envisioned. The construction went on for 2 years. Millbrook residents watched the house take shape, this magnificent structure that seemed excessive for a memorial, but that everyone understood was August's way of processing his grief. Some admired his devotion. Others thought he was losing his mind to sorrow, creating an unhealthy shrine that would trap him and his family in perpetual mourning. The house was nearly complete in July 1890 when Caroline died, officially of heart failure, but really, everyone knew, of a broken heart that had never healed from losing Sarah. August buried his wife next to his daughter in Millbrook Cemetery and threw himself even more obsessively into completing the memorial house. Then, on July 14, 1891, the 4th anniversary of Sarah's death, fire consumed the incomplete house. The fire started in the evening, burned through the night, and by morning only charred timbers and broken stone remained. No one knew how the fire started. August, watching his daughter's memorial burn, suffered what would now be called a nervous breakdown. He was committed to an asylum in Hartford, where he died 3 months later, having never spoken another coherent word after the night of the fire. Thomas and James inherited what remained of the family fortune and property. They sold the Millbrook land, including the lot where the burned house had stood, and moved away. Thomas eventually settled in Boston, James in New York. Neither ever returned to Millbrook. Neither ever married or had children. The Hendrickson line ended with them. The lot where the memorial house had burned remained vacant. The new owners, a family named Whitmore, cleared away the fire debris but never built on the site, finding it somehow unsettling despite its good location. Over the subsequent decades, the property changed hands multiple times, always remaining undeveloped, always carrying some vague sense of misfortune or sadness that discouraged building. This was the documented history, the facts that could be verified through records and accounts. But alongside the documented history ran a stream of folklore and whispered stories that began in 1892, the year after the fire. That summer, on July 14th, the 5th anniversary of Sarah's death, the 1st anniversary of the memorial house's destruction, several Millbrook residents reported seeing a house standing on the Sycamore Ridge lot. Not a ruined, burned house, but a complete, beautiful Victorian home, exactly as August Hendrickson had envisioned it. The house appeared in the morning and was gone by the next day, leaving no trace. This story might have been dismissed as imagination or fabrication, except that multiple people reported it independently, people who had no reason to lie and who were sincerely confused by what they'd witnessed. A farmer driving past the property in the morning swore he saw the house. A boy who'd been berry picking in the area described it to his parents. The new property owner checked the land after hearing these reports and found nothing but the empty lot he'd purchased. The pattern repeated in 1893. Again on July 14th, witnesses reported seeing the house. This time, 2 teenage boys approached it, climbed onto the porch, looked in the windows. They saw furniture, decorations, signs of habitation. They tried the door and found it unlocked. They entered, explored the rooms, and then fled, frightened by something they couldn't articulate, some quality of the place that terrified them despite its apparent normality. By 1895, the house's annual appearance was an established phenomenon in Millbrook. Those who knew about it, and the number grew each year, would sometimes visit on July 14th, treating the day as a kind of holiday or pilgrimage. Some approached the house with reverence, seeing it as August's memorial made manifest through some mysterious process. Others were merely curious, wanting to see the impossible house for themselves. Through the early decades of the 20th century, the house continued its pattern. World wars came and went, the country transformed from rural to industrial to technological, but every July 14th, the Hendrickson Memorial House appeared on Sycamore Ridge, unchanged, eternal, defying every attempt to explain or prevent its return. The connection between Sarah's death on July 14, 1887, and the house's appearance on every subsequent July 14th seemed obvious but explained nothing. Why would a tragedy cause a house to materialize once a year? How could August Hendrickson's grief and obsession have resulted in a structure that existed outside normal time and space? What force or principle allowed a burned, destroyed house to return annually in perfect condition? Some theorized that August's will had been so strong, his love for Sarah so intense, that he'd somehow created a permanent echo in reality, a yearly manifestation of the house he tried to build. Others suggested that Sarah's spirit maintained the house, creating it annually as a place she could return to, or a place where she waited for the family reunion that death had interrupted. More mystical interpretations proposed that the house existed in another dimension or timeline, that July 14th was somehow a thin point in reality where this other version of the house could be seen and accessed from our world. Perhaps in that other reality, the house had never burned. The Hendricksons still lived there, and what Millbrook residents saw once a year was a glimpse into that alternate existence. None of these theories could be proven. The house appeared every year, offering no explanations, maintaining its mysteries while showing itself to whoever cared to look. It was August Hendrickson's monument to his daughter, his grief made solid and recurring, his love expressed in architecture and annual return. Whether this was supernatural manifestation, temporal anomaly, or something else entirely remained, and remains, unknown. What was known was that tragedy and obsessive love had somehow created something that transcended normal existence, that the house stood as testament to how grief, when strong enough, when focused enough, can inscribe itself on reality in ways that persist long after the grieving have themselves died and been forgotten. Over the decades since the house's first appearance in 1892, hundreds of people have entered it, explored its rooms, and tried to understand its nature through direct experience. Their accounts, collected in the file at the Millbrook Town Clerk's office and in various personal documents, provide a detailed picture of what the house is like from the inside and how it affects those who encounter it. One of the earliest detailed accounts comes from brothers Edward and William Porter, who entered the house in 1903 when they were teenagers. Their written account, part of a longer family history compiled decades later, described finding the house on a July afternoon while out exploring. "We'd heard about the ghost house from kids at school," Edward wrote, "but we half thought it was just a story to scare younger children. When we saw it standing there on the ridge, solid and real, we were astonished. We approached cautiously, expecting it might disappear or prove to be some kind of trick. But it remained there, and when we climbed the porch steps, the boards creaked under our weight just as normal boards would." The brothers entered through the unlocked front door and spent several hours exploring every room. What struck them most was how lived-in everything appeared. Beds were made. Dishes were clean in the kitchen cupboards. Books were arranged on shelves. Everything was dustless and fresh, as if the inhabitants had left just moments before our arrival and might return at any moment. They reported finding photographs on the walls, showing people they didn't recognize but who they assumed must be the Hendrickson family. In the third-floor turret room, clearly a girl's room, they found dolls arranged on shelves, a desk with paper and pencils, and a locked diary. "William wanted to take something as proof we'd been there," Edward recalled. "He picked up a small music box from the girl's room, intending to bring it home. But as we left the house and walked down the driveway, the music box felt increasingly heavy in his pocket. By the time we reached the road, it felt like a stone, weighing him down impossibly. He took it out to look at it, and the moment he did, it vanished from his hand. Simply disappeared, as if it had never existed. We returned to the house and looked in the girl's room, and there was the music box, back on the shelf where William had taken it from. This experience, the inability to remove objects from the house, would be repeated by many subsequent visitors. The house allowed people to enter, to touch and examine everything, but it didn't allow anything to be taken away. Objects removed from the house would become impossibly heavy, or would vanish before leaving the property, or would crumble to dust. The house protected itself, maintained its integrity, refused to be plundered or altered. A more detailed account comes from Ruth Chambers, who entered the house in 1947 as a young woman of 23. Chambers had grown up in Millbrook hearing about the house and had always wanted to see it. On July 14, 1947, she took a picnic lunch and spent the entire day at the house, from early morning until evening. Chambers kept a journal throughout her life, and her entry for July 14, 1947 runs to several pages of detailed description. She noted arriving at the property at dawn and watching the house appear. It didn't pop into existence suddenly or fade in gradually. It was simply not there one moment, and then it was there, as if it had always been there, as if the version of reality where the house didn't exist was the odd one. She spent the morning walking through the house, taking extensive notes on every room. She was particularly drawn to the library, where she found books from various eras. There were novels published in the 1880s, sitting next to volumes from the 1920s, and even a few books I recognized as current bestsellers from 1946 and 1947. How could a house that appeared once a year have current books? Who was adding them? It was as if the house was somehow staying connected to ongoing time even when it wasn't visible. In the kitchen, Chambers found a calendar hanging on the wall showing July 14, 1947. It was the correct date, the correct year. The calendar appeared to update annually, showing always July 14th but the year changing. This suggested the house wasn't simply a frozen moment from 1890 or 1891, but something that moved through time in its own way, remaining current even in its absence. Chambers also experienced something that would become a common theme in many accounts: the sense of not being alone in the house. I never saw anyone, never heard footsteps or voices, but I felt observed, as if the house itself or something in it was watching me, aware of my presence. Not threateningly, not in a way that made me want to leave, but I was definitely aware of being a guest in someone else's space, and that the someone might be invisible but was nevertheless present. She tried to spend the night in the house, curious to see what would happen when July 15th arrived. She settled into a bedroom on the second floor, lay on the bed fully clothed, and waited for midnight. But she found she couldn't stay awake. An overwhelming sleepiness came over me around 11 o'clock. I fought it, determined to stay conscious and see what happened when the day changed. But sleep pulled at me irresistibly, and I remember nothing after about 11:30. Chambers woke on the ground outside the house, lying in grass where the front porch had been, with the early morning sun of July 15th shining on her face. The house was gone. She was surrounded by empty land, with no indication that a house had ever stood there. I'd been ejected somehow. The house had gone to wherever it goes, and it had put me outside first, unable or unwilling to take me with it. A particularly poignant account comes from Eleanor Harrison, who entered the house in 1974. Harrison was visiting Millbrook to research her family history and learned from distant cousins that her great-grandmother had been from the area. On July 14th, out of curiosity, she visited the house that appeared that day. In the parlor, among the many photographs on the walls and tables, Harrison found one that shocked her. A formal portrait of a young woman she recognized as her great-grandmother, Clara Morse, taken probably in the 1880s when Clara would have been in her 20s. The photograph was in a silver frame, displayed prominently on the parlor's mantelpiece. I'd seen this exact photograph before, Harrison wrote in a letter to the Millbrook Historical Society. My grandmother had a copy in a different frame, but how could it be in this house? My great-grandmother had no connection to the Hendricksons that I knew of. I took the photograph down and turned it over. On the back, in faded ink, it said, Clara, beloved friend, 1885. I realized then that Clara must have been friends with Caroline Hendrickson, Sarah's mother. They might have been the same age, moving in the same social circles in 1880s Millbrook. Harrison tried to take the photograph with her when she left, not to steal it, but because it was a picture of her own great-grandmother and she felt she had some right to it. But like the music box the Porter brothers had tried to take 70 years earlier, the photograph became impossibly heavy in her bag. When she removed it to look at it again, it vanished from her hands and reappeared on the mantelpiece when she went back inside to check. The house was telling me that the photograph belonged there, not with me, Harrison concluded. My great-grandmother's image was part of the house's collection, part of its memory, and it wouldn't let that memory be removed. I took my own photograph of the framed portrait before I left. That photograph came out fine, a bit blurry but recognizable. The house seemed to make a distinction between taking objects and taking images of objects. This observation about photographs proved important. While photographs of the house's exterior often failed or came out strangely, photographs taken inside the house sometimes worked, though with inconsistent results. Some rolls of film would be completely blank when developed. Others would show the rooms but with odd lighting effects or areas of blur that couldn't be explained. and some came out perfectly normal, showing mundane interior spaces that could have been from any old house. The accounts also described temporal anomalies experienced inside the house. Multiple visitors reported spending what felt like hours exploring the house, only to check their watches and find that mere minutes had passed. Others experienced the reverse. Popping into the house briefly, they thought, only to emerge and discover that several hours had elapsed. A couple who entered the house in 1989 described being separated inside and having vastly different experiences of time. The husband explored the first floor for what felt like 20 minutes. The wife went upstairs and explored the bedrooms for what felt like 3 hours. When they reunited at the front door, both checking their watches, they discovered they'd been in the house for exactly 45 minutes, despite their different subjective experiences of duration. Children who entered the house often reported seeing things adults didn't. A boy visiting in 1999 insisted he'd seen another child in the turret room. A girl about his age, wearing an old-fashioned dress, who had smiled at him but hadn't spoken. His parents, who were with him, saw no one. But the boy's description matched descriptions of Sarah Hendrickson from historical accounts, and he'd had no prior knowledge of Sarah or her appearance. Other children reported similar encounters, catching glimpses of people in mirrors, hearing quiet voices or footsteps, seeing curtains move as if someone had just passed by. Adults in the house at the same times noticed nothing. It was as if the house revealed different aspects of itself to children, or as if children's perception was less filtered and more open to seeing what was actually there. Perhaps the most extensive documentation of the house's interior came from a team of paranormal investigators who spent July 14, 2007 inside the house with permission from town authorities. The team brought video cameras, audio recorders, electromagnetic field detectors, and other equipment they typically used in investigating supposedly haunted locations. Most of their electronic equipment malfunctioned in interesting ways. Video cameras would shut off without explanation, batteries would drain impossibly fast, and footage that did record showed strange artifacts, areas of brightness that moved through rooms, shadows that had no source, brief flashes of figures that appeared for single frames and then disappeared. Audio recordings were more successful but deeply puzzling. The team recorded throughout the day, hoping to capture EVP, electronic voice phenomena, anomalous sounds that might indicate spirit presence. When they reviewed the audio later, they found their own voices clearly recorded, along with expected ambient sounds. Creaking floors, wind outside, birds. But they also found other sounds they didn't remember hearing during their time in the house. Quiet footsteps, a woman humming, the distant sound of a child laughing, a music box playing. Most disturbing was a sequence of audio from the turret room. One investigator had placed a recorder there and left it running for 4 hours. When reviewing the recording, the team heard clear female voice, young, saying, "I'm still here. I wait every year. When will you come back?" The voice repeated this 3 times over the 4 hours, each time with slightly different inflection, each time sounding sad and hopeful in equal measure. No investigator had heard this voice while in the house. The turret room had been empty, silent, showing no signs of occupation. Yet the recording had captured something. A voice, a message, a fragment of whatever intelligence or echo inhabited the house during its annual manifestation. The paranormal investigators' final report concluded that the house was, in their professional opinion, the most significant genuine paranormal phenomenon we've encountered in 20 years of investigation. The house is not a hoax, not a misidentification, not explainable through conventional means. Something extraordinary is occurring here, something that transcends current understanding of how reality operates. Across more than a century of accounts, several patterns emerge. The house welcomes visitors but doesn't allow theft or desecration. It affects time in strange ways, making hours feel like minutes or minutes feel like hours. It shows different things to different people, with children often seeing what adults miss. It contains objects and photographs from multiple eras, suggesting it somehow accumulates things over time despite being present only 1 day per year. And it maintains a sense of inhabitation, of presence, of waiting for someone or something that has not yet arrived but that the house seems confident will eventually come. The house is not merely a structure but an experience, a mystery that engages everyone who enters it differently. giving each visitor what they need to see or what the house wants them to understand. And every July 15th, when the house vanishes, those who explored it are left with memories and questions, certain of what they experienced but unable to explain it, carrying the house with them in recollection and wonder until the next July 14th when they might, if they choose, visit again. Beyond the furniture and photographs, beyond the architecture and the flowers, the house contained specific objects that recurred in multiple witnesses' accounts and that seemed to hold particular significance to understanding the house's nature and purpose. The music box in Sarah's turret room was mentioned by dozens of visitors across decades. It was a small ornate box, silver-plated with enamel decoration showing a garden scene, and when opened, it played a melody that multiple visitors independently identified as After the Ball, a popular song from 1892. The music box appeared to be wound and ready to play at all times during the house's manifestation. Several visitors reported that the music box would begin playing on its own, without being touched or opened, particularly when someone entered Sarah's room. The melody would play through once, then stop, leaving the room in silence. Some visitors interpreted this as Sarah acknowledging their presence, saying hello in the only way she could. A more unsettling detail emerged when a music historian visited the house in 1996 and recognized the melody. After the Ball was published in 1892, the year after the memorial house burned and the year when the house first appeared on July 14th. The song couldn't have been chosen by August Hendrickson when he was building the house, because it didn't exist yet. This suggested that whoever or whatever maintained the house selected the music box later, or that the house updated itself with appropriate details from the era when it began manifesting. The diary in the turret room, locked in the desk drawer, fascinated everyone who discovered it. The diary was a slim volume bound in dark blue leather, with a small brass lock holding it closed. Many visitors tried to open it. Some attempted to pick the lock, others tried to force it. A few tried to take the entire diary home to open later. All attempts failed. The lock couldn't be picked. Force wouldn't break it. And like other objects, the diary couldn't be removed from the house. One visitor in 2003 claimed that she had briefly glimpsed inside the diary when it accidentally fell open for a moment before snapping closed again. She reported seeing handwriting on the pages, entries dated July 14th from various years, but she couldn't read enough to understand the content before the diary sealed itself again. What might be written in that diary? Sarah's thoughts, messages for future visitors, observations about the house and its annual existence, remained locked away, the house keeping its most intimate secrets protected from prying eyes. The photographs throughout the house constituted another fascinating collection. As mentioned earlier, they spanned multiple eras, showing people in clothing and settings from the 1880s through to contemporary times. What made this particularly strange was that new photographs seemed to appear in subsequent years. Visitors who returned to the house multiple times reported seeing photographs they didn't remember from previous visits. One photograph that appeared consistently in accounts was a portrait of the Hendrickson family. August, Caroline, Thomas, Sarah, and James, taken sometime in the mid-1880s when all five were still living. The photograph showed them formally arranged, as was typical for family portraits of that era, but there was something in their expressions, particularly Sarah's, that visitors found compelling. Sarah looked directly at the camera with a slight smile, and multiple visitors described feeling that her eyes followed them as they moved through the room, a common optical illusion with certain portraits, but unsettling in this context. Another photograph that drew attention showed two young women, arms around each other's shoulders, smiling at the camera in a casual snapshot that appeared to be from the 1920s or 1930s. Neither woman was identified, but their obvious affection for each other and the setting, which looked like it might be the house itself, made visitors wonder who they were and why their photograph had a place in this collection. The kitchen provided its own mysteries in the form of fresh food that appeared each July 14th. The refrigerator contained milk, eggs, butter, cheese, vegetables, all dated appropriately for that day. The bread box held fresh bread. Fruit in a bowl on the table was ripe and perfect. Coffee was ready in a pot, still hot. Many visitors sampled this food, and all reported it tasted normal and fresh. A woman who ate breakfast in the kitchen in 2010 reported, "I had orange juice from the refrigerator, toast with butter and jam, and coffee. Everything tasted exactly as it should. like a normal breakfast. I felt slightly guilty, eating food that wasn't mine, but it was all there, fresh and ready, as if inviting consumption. The question of where this fresh food came from, how it could exist in a house that was absent 364 days of the year, was never answered. The house simply provided it, annually renewed, always appropriate to the date. In the library, the books told their own story. As Ruth Chambers had noted in 1947, the collection included volumes from many eras, suggesting the library was somehow being updated over time. A partial inventory conducted in 2015 by a librarian visiting the house found books published as recently as 2014, including best-selling novels and non-fiction works. How did contemporary books enter a house that existed only one day a year? Who selected them? Who arranged them on the shelves? The house offered no explanations, just the fact of the book's presence, inviting visitors to read, to learn, to understand that whatever maintained the house was somehow connected to ongoing time and culture despite the house's physical absence. Some books in the library had annotations, marginal notes, underlined passages, comments written on flyleaves. The handwriting varied, suggesting multiple readers over time. Some annotations were dated, the dates spanning from 1892 through to recent years. These notes provided glimpses into the thoughts and reactions of previous visitors or, possibly, of the house's invisible inhabitants. One book, a volume of Tennyson's poetry published in 1889, had this note written on its flyleaf. Sarah loved these poems. I read them to her when she was ill. Now I read them and remember her voice asking for one more, just one more before sleep. H. The initials were clearly August Hendrickson, and the notes dated 1888, suggesting this book had been in the original house before the fire. The guest book, discovered in various locations over the years, sometimes in the front hall, sometimes in the parlor, sometimes in the library, was perhaps the most direct form of communication between visitors and the house. The guest book was a large ledger with marbled end papers, and visitors were encouraged, by whom was unclear, perhaps by the house itself through some subtle influence, to sign their names and write brief comments about their visit. The guest book's entries dated back to 1925, when someone named Martha Coyle had written, "Visited the house today, July 14th, 1925. Such a beautiful, sad place. I feel Sarah's presence strongly. She is lonely, I think, waiting for her family to return." Hundreds of entries followed over the decades, each visitor adding their name, the date, and brief thoughts. What made the guest book particularly fascinating was that signatures remained visible only on July 14th. If you looked at the guest book on that day, you could see all the previous entries, a century of visitors documented in their own handwriting. But photographs of the guest book pages taken on July 14th would show blank pages when reviewed later. And visitors who returned on subsequent July 14 THS would find their own previous signatures still present, but nothing could be taken away as permanent proof. One visitor in 2018 wrote, "This is my 5th visit. Each time I return, I find my previous signatures still here, and new names have been added. It's like the house maintains a record of everyone who enters, a memory that persists from year to year even though the house itself vanishes. We are all part of its story now." The house's collection of objects, music boxes, diaries, photographs, books, food, the guest book, created a museum of life and memory, a repository of moments and meanings that accumulated despite the house's annual disappearance. Each object told part of a larger story, hinted at explanations while withholding final answers, invited interpretation while resisting definitive understanding. Together, these objects suggested that the house was not merely a structure but a kind of living archive, a place where past and present overlapped, where memory became tangible, where love and loss were preserved in physical form. The house collected and kept, gathered and maintained, creating a space where time folded in on itself and where visitors could touch, quite literally, the material culture of grief transformed into eternal memorial. When scientific and paranormal researchers turned their attention to the house, they brought with them frameworks, equipment, and methodologies designed to measure, document, and explain anomalous phenomena. What they discovered was that the house resisted conventional investigation while simultaneously providing abundant evidence of its extraordinary nature. The first semi-scientific investigation occurred in 1952, when Professor Martin Cassidy, a physicist from Yale University who had heard about the house through a colleague in Millbrook, obtained permission to study it during its July 14th manifestation. Cassidy brought basic measurement equipment, thermometers, barometers, compasses, Geiger counters, recently available for civilian use and popular for anomaly detection, and cameras. Cassidy's investigation produced confusing results. Temperature readings inside the house were consistently different from readings taken just outside. Despite July 14, 1952 being a hot day with outside temperatures reaching 87 degrees Fahrenheit, the interior of the house measured a comfortable 68 degrees. Yet there was no air conditioning, no fans, no apparent cooling mechanism. The house simply maintained its own temperature regardless of external conditions. Compass readings were erratic near the house. A compass that pointed steadily north when held at the road would begin to spin slowly when brought onto the property, and inside the house it would spin continuously, unable to settle on any direction. This suggested strong magnetic anomalies, yet metal objects in the house didn't behave as if magnetized. They didn't attract or repel each other, didn't stick to surfaces, showed no signs of magnetic influence. The Geiger counter registered slightly elevated background radiation inside the house, though not at dangerous levels, just enough to be noticeable and unexplained. Cassidy noted in his report, "The radiation readings suggest some energetic process is occurring, but the levels are not consistent with any known radioactive source. It's as if the house's very existence requires energy input from some source we cannot identify." Photography in 1952 relied on film, and Cassidy shot multiple rolls documenting the house's exterior and interior. When developed, about half the photographs showed nothing unusual, just a normal-looking Victorian house, indistinguishable from any other old home. But the other half showed odd effects. Areas of extreme brightness or darkness that didn't correspond to lighting conditions, geometric patterns overlaying the images that resembled interference but weren't consistent with any known form of photographic artifact. And in one image, a vague female figure in a window that Cassidy was certain had been empty when he took the photograph. Cassidy's conclusion, published in an obscure journal of anomalous phenomena in 1953, was cautious but significant. The house at Sycamore Ridge exhibits properties inconsistent with normal physical structures. Temperature, magnetic fields, and radiation all show anomalies that suggest the house exists in some state that differs from ordinary matter. Whether this represents unknown physics, paranormal phenomena, or something else entirely, I cannot determine with current scientific tools. A more elaborate investigation occurred in 1981, organized by the American Society for Psychical Research, which had become interested in the house after reading about it in various paranormal publications. The team spent July 14, 1981, conducting a comprehensive study using equipment that had become available since Cassidy's 1952 investigation. Electromagnetic field detectors, infrared cameras, sophisticated audio recording devices, and more. The electromagnetic readings were the most striking. The house generated measurable electromagnetic fields that pulsed in regular patterns, approximately once per second, creating what the researchers described as a heartbeat of electromagnetic energy. These fields were strongest in certain rooms, particularly Sarah's turret room and the master bedroom, and weakest in utilitarian spaces like the kitchen and bathrooms. Infrared cameras, which detect heat signatures, showed the house's interior as uniformly warm, with no cold spots or temperature variations that would typically exist in any structure due to air currents, insulation differences, or external wall exposure. It was as if the house maintained perfect thermal equilibrium, another impossibility for a normal building. Audio recordings captured anomalies throughout the day. Footsteps on the stairs when no one was there, doors opening and closing without human intervention, the music box playing in Sarah's room when no one had opened it, and most compelling, a child's voice singing in the garden, a song that one researcher recognized as a lullaby from the 1880s. The team also attempted to measure the house's mass and volume, thinking these fundamental physical properties might reveal something. Using standard surveying equipment, they measured the house's footprint and calculated its volume. But when they tried to estimate its mass based on typical construction materials and methods, their calculations didn't make sense. Based on its size and apparent construction, the house should have weighed hundreds of thousands of pounds, creating measurable ground compression and leaving clear foundation impressions. Yet the ground where the house stood showed no signs of weight load, and on July 15th, after the house vanished, the ground appeared exactly as undisturbed as if nothing had ever been there. It's as if the house has no mass or negligible mass, or mass that exists in some way that doesn't interact with the ground normally, the lead investigator noted. This is fundamentally impossible according to classical physics. Mass cannot be somehow turned off or made conditional. Yet that appears to be what's happening here. The team's published report, released in 1982, concluded, "The Hendrickson house represents a genuine anomaly that challenges current scientific understanding. The house exhibits properties, electromagnetic patterns, thermal characteristics, apparent masslessness, that are inconsistent with known physics. Whether this represents a paranormal phenomenon, a dimensional overlap, or physics we don't yet understand, we cannot say definitively. What we can say is that something extraordinary is occurring, something that deserves continued study and attention from the scientific community." A particularly interesting investigation occurred in 1998, when a team from MIT's Department of Physics, led by Dr. Sarah Chun, no relation to the earlier real estate clients, attempted to study the house using quantum sensors and other cutting-edge equipment. Dr. Chun was interested in theories about multiple dimensions and parallel universes, and she hypothesized that the house might represent a localized breach between parallel timelines or dimensions. Her team's equipment detected what they described as quantum fluctuations around the house that were orders of magnitude higher than background levels. In quantum mechanics, there's always some level of uncertainty and fluctuation in particle behavior, Dr. Chun explained. But around and inside the Hendrickson house, these fluctuations are extreme, as if reality itself is less stable here, less fixed, more fluid. Dr. Chun proposed that the house existed in a superposition state, simultaneously present and absent, existing and not existing until observed and interacted with, at which point it collapsed into a definite state. But unlike normal quantum behavior, which operates at subatomic scales, this house appears to maintain quantum indeterminacy at a macroscopic level, which should be impossible but apparently isn't. Her theory was that July 14th represented some kind of resonance date, a temporal frequency where the conditions were right for the house to manifest in our timeline or dimension. The rest of the year, the house existed elsewhere, in another dimension, another timeline, another reality. But on July 14th, the barriers between wherever it existed and our world became thin enough for the house to appear. Think of it like a bridge that opens one day per year, Dr. Chun suggested. The house is always there, somewhere, but we can only access it when the bridge opens, when conditions align properly. This would explain why it appears fully formed rather than fading in, why it seems to accumulate objects and memories over time despite being absent, and why it doesn't leave physical traces when it vanishes. Dr. Chen's theories were published in a physics journal in 1999 and generated considerable controversy. Some colleagues praised her innovative thinking and willingness to engage with anomalous phenomena using rigorous scientific methods. Others criticized her for legitimizing what they considered pseudoscience and for proposing explanations that couldn't be tested or falsified. The most recent major investigation occurred in 2016, when a documentary film crew partnered with researchers from 3 universities to conduct a comprehensive study using every available technology. The team brought drones, LiDAR scanners, ground-penetrating radar, high-speed cameras, and a full suite of environmental sensors. The drones provided fascinating aerial footage of the house during its manifestation, confirming its physical presence and showing that it cast normal shadows, reflected sunlight correctly, and appeared in all ways to be a solid structure. But when they tried to use LiDAR, which creates detailed 3D maps by measuring how laser light reflects off surfaces, the equipment malfunctioned. The LiDAR would scan successfully until it reached the house's boundary, at which point the returns became nonsensical, as if the laser was hitting something but that something was reflecting the light in impossible ways. Ground-penetrating radar, used to look beneath the house for foundation or basement, found nothing. The radar waves simply passed through the area where the house stood as if nothing was there, returning the same signals they would from empty ground. Yet the house was clearly present, could be entered and walked through, had floors that people could stand on. How could something be physically present, supporting weight, occupying space, blocking light, yet be transparent to radar? The high-speed cameras captured the house's transition from presence to absence on July 15th. The team positioned multiple cameras around the house overnight, filming continuously in hopes of documenting the exact moment and manner of disappearance. What the footage showed was subtle but unmistakable. As July 15th began, the exact moment after midnight, the house didn't immediately vanish. Instead, over the course of about 3 hours, it slowly became less solid, less present. It's difficult to describe precisely, but the house appeared to become increasingly transparent or insubstantial, though it never became actually see-through. It was more like it was gradually withdrawing from full existence, becoming less emphatically real, until around 3 a.m. when it was simply gone, the transition so gradual that pinpointing an exact moment of disappearance was impossible. It's like watching ice melt, one researcher described, but instead of the structure collapsing or flowing away, it simply becomes less and less there until it's completely not there. The house doesn't go somewhere, it stops being here. The 2016 investigation's final report, published across multiple academic journals and in a popular book, concluded, "The Hendrickson house remains one of the most thoroughly documented and genuinely inexplicable anomalies in modern science. Despite decades of investigation using increasingly sophisticated tools, we are no closer to explaining how or why this house appears annually and then vanishes. What we can say definitively is that the phenomenon is real, is measurable, and challenges fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality, matter, and time." All of these scientific investigations, from Cassidy's simple measurements in 1952 to the comprehensive multi-university study in 2016, confirmed the same basic facts. The house was real, it exhibited properties that normal structures don't have, and it operated according to principles that current science cannot explain. The house remained stubbornly mysterious, resistant to explanation even as it offered itself for study, proving its reality while concealing its nature, existing at the intersection of the measurable and the inexplicable. As July 14th approaches each year in Millbrook, the community prepares for its annual peculiarity with a mixture of routine and reverence. The house has become part of the town's identity, a source of pride and wonder, a mystery that belongs to them even as it transcends ordinary ownership. In recent years, word of the house has spread through social media and internet forums, bringing curious visitors from around the country and even internationally. The town has had to establish some protocols for managing this attention. A small parking area was designated near Sycamore Ridge Road. Polite signs request that visitors respect the property, take only photographs and memories, and leave no trash. The house continues to appear every July 14th, as it has for more than a century and a quarter now. Each manifestation is slightly different. New books appear in the library. The calendar shows the current year. Occasionally new photographs join the collection on the walls. The house is not frozen in time but continues to evolve, to gather, to accumulate, suggesting it remains connected to the flow of years even during its absence. Those who visit report being changed by the experience in ways both subtle and profound. The house teaches patience, suggests mysteries have value beyond their solutions, offers beauty and melancholy in equal measure. It reminds visitors that loss can be transformed into something that endures, that grief can become memorial, that love is strong enough to bend reality itself. The town's oldest residents, who have seen the house appear and disappear for decades, speak of it with affection and acceptance. "It's just part of life here," one woman in her 90s explained. "Like the church bell ringing on Sunday, or the leaves turning in autumn. The house comes in July, and then it goes, and we live with both its presence and its absence. That's just how things are." Younger generations, growing up with the house as established fact rather than shocking impossibility, incorporate it into their lives naturally. Teenagers use it as a meeting place on July 14th, the way teens elsewhere might meet at a mall or park. Some propose to their partners at the house, finding it romantic and meaningful. Artists paint it, write about it, use it as metaphor and muse. And every year, as midnight approaches on July 14th and transitions into July 15th, a few people remain at Sycamore Ridge to witness the disappearance, watching as the house slowly withdraws from full reality, becoming less and less present until it's simply not there anymore. Those who witness this describe feeling both sadness and anticipation. Sadness at the house leaving, anticipation for its return in 12 months. It teaches you to appreciate what's here while it's here, one regular visitor said. The house doesn't stay. You can't take it for granted. You have to experience it fully in the moment, knowing it will be gone tomorrow. That's a lesson for life, really. Appreciating the temporary, being present for what won't last. The Hendrickson house, appearing once a year on the anniversary of Sarah's death, continuing August's memorial long after he and all who knew him have died, stands as testament to the enduring power of love and grief. Whether it's supernatural manifestation, quantum anomaly, dimensional breach, or something else entirely, it achieves what August Hendrickson intended. Sarah is remembered, her life celebrated, her loss mourned, year after year, decade after decade, century after century. If this story of a house that returns once a year has traveled with you, if you've walked through its rooms in imagination and felt something of its sadness and beauty, please like this video and subscribe to Hushed History. We explore these mysteries together, these places where the impossible becomes real, where questions matter more than answers. And as you drift towards sleep now, imagine a house that appears just for you, a place of peace and memory, where time moves differently and where the past is never truly lost. May your dreams take you to thresholds between presence and absence, to spaces where love persists beyond death, where grief becomes beauty, where mystery dwells. Sleep well, dream deeply, and remember that some things return, that what we love stays with us even when it seems gone, that anniversaries are not just remembering but a kind of reunion across time. Until we meet again, good night.